Good afternoon, fellow internet dwellers. Today we're going to be going to less action. Yesterday I finished up God of War, but today we're going to be doing a ye olde Sherlock Holmes game. By that I mean something from around like 2012 or 2013, I think. And the few older ones I haven't played yet.
What's this? No. Baba. Boop, boop. La la la. Ooh. Oh, look! It's a book!
Watson had a book stuck in the
Maybe
back
it's
of
a
him.
book about pirates with a treasure map. No, I don't think so. I wish that I had seen through all your lies. Oh, start from the beginning, not the middle. And so I decided to pick up my pen to relate the most disturbing episode of my life thus far.
It all began early one morning in 1898, when Sherlock Holmes invited me to accompany him on a visit to the Marquis of Conyngham.
Watson, my dear fellow, we can now go and inform the Marquis that we have found the Samoan necklace, and very much faster than Inspector Baines, too, which pleases me.
Have you really solved the theft, Holmes? And so quickly?
I have indeed, Watson, and believe me, it was completely unnecessary to spread out all over London, as our friend Baines thought was best. He likes to boast that his methods are equal to mine, but once again the outcome has contradicted him.
After all these years of accompanying you upon your investigations, I thought that by now I should be reasonably capable of following your train of thought. But in this particular case, I must admit that I don't understand anything at all.
Ah, you see, but you do not observe, Watson. There lies the difference. It is a matter of course.
A matter of course? In the middle of the night, when everyone is fast asleep, the service bell within that room rings out and alerts the servants. They dress quickly and come running, but the door is locked and there is a strong smell of burning from within. A few seconds later, the master of the house himself, the robbed Marchioness's husband, the Marquis of Conyngham, arrives and unlocks the door using the sole key. A fire has started inside the room, but they have managed to arrive in time to put it out. It is at that moment that the Marquis realizes that the famous Samoan necklace, which had been safe within its glass cabinet only a few hours earlier, has now disappeared.
In order to explain, let us confirm my theory before the arrival of Inspector Baines.
Oh, why am I auto-walking? I don't... Okay, it's not my controller.
This window was cut with a diamond. A clean, discreet piece of work. This is where the necklace was.
See how tiny the hole is, and not one fingerprint upon the window.
What the heck? Why are you doing this? Controls? Is there an auto walk?
This window was cut.
See how
This window.
See how tiny.
Okay. What is going on?
This window was cut with a.
See how tiny the hole is, and not one fingerprint.
Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna plug in my controller and see if that helps. Maybe I'll have to play this with a controller because it's being weird. Okay, so something was bugged. That's great. Also now, sensitivity needs to be turned down a bit. Okay, there we go.
This window was.
See how.
Okay, so that's not it. Enter examination mode, multi-zone. Press A, which I'm doing. Okay. That's really, really sensitive. It would help if I accepted it. There we go. Okay, so now controls. His action is back. X is first person. Okay.
This window was cut with a.
See how tiny.
There we go.
All the windows are locked. They've not been forced. A mark undoubtedly made by a diamond. Someone tried to cut the glass, but he was interrupted.
Therefore, the thief tried to escape through the window, but he was interrupted.
Let us examine the crumpled scores that have fallen off the piano.
See a handprint.
These sooty prints were left by a tiny hand.
I don't understand why these music scores are covered with soot.
Okay, there we go.
A candle. It must have fallen from the chandelier. These documents are not very interesting, even though they're addressed to the Minister of Maritime Affairs.
The Marquis himself.
I'm slightly confused because normally you hear it pronounced Marquis, not Marquiz.
Footprints. You are not going to get on your knees to examine them.
There is no need. It is soot. The servants must have trodden in it while they were putting out the fire.
Fair.
Heading towards his chosen escape route, probably the window, the thief knocked over the stool, which then caught fire.
But why didn't he try to put the fire out at once?
Because why would the thief care? They just need to get out and go.
Strange. There are some objects here that have been knocked over.
The fire started here, just beneath the bell pull.
Whoever pulled the cord would have had his feet in the fire, unless it was pulled before the fire started.
Methinks maybe some sort of cover-up.
The chest wasn't opened. The necklace wasn't in it. Not very well kept, this aquarium. I can see a dead fish floating on the surface.
Ding.
All the windows are locked. They've not been forced.
When the servants arrived at the door, having been alerted by the bell, they saw evidence of the theft and the fire, but they didn't see the thief.
This door is very hard to force. The Marquis is the only person to have the key. The thief could not get out through here until eventually, when the door was opened by the servants.
So maybe the thief was one of the servants.
What do you think, Holmes?
Let us search the room before the police get here. We might throw some light onto all this. All the windows are locked. They've not...
Can't tell if I have to hold it or what to keep it active.
This draft screen makes an ideal hiding place.
As the theft was committed at night, I conclude that the thief hid himself behind the draft screen and waited until he was alone in the room. Strange. There aren't any prints, yet I'm sure that the thief hid here.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, you're already here.
Good morning, Inspector. You've arrived just in time.
Scotland Yard arrives like the cavalry, always in the nick of time. Ah, but I know that satisfied expression, Mr. Holmes. Have you already solved the case?
It's possible.
We have retraced the thief's rather unusual footsteps. He is a true acrobat. But what I cannot understand is that when the servants entered the room, there was no one to be seen. An acrobat, perhaps, but an invisible one? I do not think so.
The only explanation is that the thief escaped before the servants arrived. I don't know how, but there is no other way.
Half a point for the doctor, nil for the inspector.
I am pleased to see that you find the situation amusing, Mr. Holmes. Very well then, explain.
Dr. Watson was correct when he mentioned acrobatics, but he is mistaken about the nature of the acrobat. As for you, Baines, you're quite incorrect, as the thief was in the room when the servants entered.
Explain, for heaven's sake, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, how could a thief be missed in the middle of 8 men?
I don't know. Because he is very small? Stop teasing us, Holmes.
Exactly, because he is small and remarkably agile.
You're thinking of a monkey?
And a trained monkey at that, without a doubt, a Leontopithecus rosalia from Central America. The animal had been hidden inside the room for several hours, calmly awaiting the signal from his master. Once night had fallen and the room was empty, a high-frequency whistle alerted the monkey that it was time to begin the procedure for which he had been trained. The monkey emerged from his hiding place and used the point of a diamond to open the glass cabinet and steal the necklace. He headed across to the window by the chimney, but knocked over the stool, which in turn knocked aside the fire guard and started the fire. The frightened monkey jumped from the chimney by swinging from the bell pull, thus alerting the house servants. He then went to the window and began to use his diamond to cut a hole, but was interrupted by the staff trying to gain entry via the door, and he panicked again. He ran across the piano, scattering the music scores onto the floor, before hiding inside the chandelier, knocking over a candle. Finally, the servants and the Marquis entered the room, leaving the door open while they put out the fire. It was during the confusion that our agile little thief made his escape through the doorway. As simple as that.
A brilliant explanation! Bravo, Holmes!
And the necklace?
I can see it from here, my friends. It's right in front of us.
We have searched the room from top to bottom, Holmes. How were we unable to find it?
Because we paid insufficient attention to the only victim of this affair.
What victim? No one is dead?
Yes, Watson, a poor goldfish whose destiny was to die, crushed by one of the most precious necklaces in England.
The aquarium is just beneath the chandelier. I understand.
The little monkey had likely hung the necklace around its neck and lost it when he leapt from the chandelier. The jewels fell into the aquarium, where they remain now.
It's just a pearl necklace.
Marquis, here is your necklace, intact, just a little wet.
Mr. Holmes, this brilliant demonstration does credit to your reputation.
Thank you so much, Marquis. Do you wish to verify the authenticity of your jewel?
No, I recognize it. I have spent many hours admiring it, you know.
Good. I will return it to its box and...
Inspector, a bank has just been held up. You must follow me at once. Orders of Scotland Yard.
What times?
Sirs, duty calls. My regards, Marquis. And well done again, Mr. Holmes.
There, the necklace is in its box.
Seems like a
We've
little
lost
bit of a
enough time
stretch,
here.
but
Let's
you
go
might be
home,
able to train
Watson.
a monkey like that.
Ah, very well, as you wish. A good day to you, Marquis.
With pleasure, gentlemen. And once again, thank you.
Uh-oh, there's a little white bar at the edge of my screen.
This
Probably just
morning's
a cinematic
newspaper.
thing.
Holmes, have you read this article about you?
No, Watson, not yet, and I won't have time to.
Read it before you leave. It's outrageous.
If you insist.
Sherlock Holmes at the home of the Marquess of Conyngham. Investigation is a fiasco. Yesterday, the celebrated detective Sherlock Holmes was invited to the manor of Marquess of Conyngham to supply his conclusion following his investigation into the disappearance of the priceless Samoan necklace. It should be recalled that the lady called in the detective after the police appeared flummoxed in the face of the astonishing circumstances surrounding the theft. The valuable piece of jewelry disappeared while the door to the room in which it was displayed was locked. The alarm was raised by the servants, alerted by the room's service bell ringing out during the night when the Marquis and the only person in possession of the key opened the door. Everyone rushed in to extinguish a fire that had started before it was noticed, but the necklace had mysteriously vanished. The most astonishing factor is that no thief was found within the room. All exits were closed. As usual, Mr. Holmes resolved the case in the twinkling of an eye, and the jewel was recovered. I will not waste my time on the various explanations as to the disappearance, because I would prefer to draw your attention, dear readers, to the last surprising developments in the case. Following the departure of Sherlock Holmes, who placed the necklace in the safe himself, the Marquis noticed the jewel was nothing but a poor copy of the original. Let it not be forgotten that the Samoan necklace, although plain and without ornament, is unique because of the rarity of its pearls. Pearls which are only found in a small part of the lagoon in the archipelago of the same name, and to which scientists attribute their exceptional quality to the strong density of crystal of aragonite that they are made of. Priceless necklace brought here at the beginning of the century by Lord Fintock Arwick, Marquess's grandfather, and an eminent explorer, should have been part of her daughter's dowry for her marriage to the Duke of Newcastle. So I'm going to place a simple question. Should we not, in all open-mindedness, ask ourselves if the necklace was not simply and deliberately exchanged for a fake by Mr. Holmes himself? I'm aware, dear readers, the brutality of this question without any preconceptions may certainly shock some of you. The facts are there, and our thoughts and judgments should not be confused with the regard which we all share for the famous detective. It's not the first time the global explorer has expressed its reservations as to Sherlock Holmes' methods. Do not forget our counter-investigation to the escape of Arsène Lupin, the Frenchman who took malign pleasure in tarnishing the image of our royal family and who, by lucky chance, managed to elude capture by Mr. Holmes. At the time, we did not hesitate to consider a tacit complicity on the part of the latter. For those who are familiar with Mr. Holmes, it is quite apparent that his character traits show more of the opportunist and brilliant usurper than that of altruistic defender of the law. I would draw the attention of our readers to the suggestion that the description of this gentleman provided by his friend Dr. John Watson through his stories is a long way from the truth. Holy crap, this is long. Indeed, his behavior is derisive, contemptuous, haughty, and offensive towards the police, and in particular towards Inspector Bynes, replacing Inspector Lestrade, who is currently convalescent, and a habitual abuser of narcotics such as heroin and cocaine. This is why, dear readers, it is important to disregard Sherlock Holmes' good reputation in order to form an objective opinion and to ask the pertinent question: was the necklace that Holmes found already a fake? If that was the case, why did he not mention it? And why should he insist on placing it back within the safe himself? He was a detective. Has the detective some unsavory interest in this affair, or is it a simple case of deceit in order to steal the extraordinary Samoan necklace? It is up to you, dear readers, to form your own opinions. You can count upon your humble servant to continue revealing to the public the doubtful methods and motivations of one who in the future I shall not hesitate to call Sherlock Holmes the Usurper. To be continued, O Farley. Holy crap. The ancestry of Prince Woodville recognized. Okay, so I guess that's just another one. If they're all this long, I'm not going to read them all. At least not out loud.
Prince Woodville, French culinary expert and bagpipe player, might be our next king. That's not so shocking, my dear fellow.
You know exactly to which article I'm referring, Holmes. How can Farley dare to tarnish your reputation like that?
You know, Watson, that wherever glory walks, jealousy is bound to follow. As for the forgery of the necklace, I suspect that we shall soon be enlightened in this regard. Come in, Inspector Baines, the door's open.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. How did you know I was here?
You are one of our rare visitors who avoids the second-to-last step of the stairs, which creaks dreadfully. And if I add the clinking of the handcuffs at your belt, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit, Inspector?
Have you read that rag?
There's actual options.
Inspector, I assume that you have the fake necklace with you. It's why you're here. Your superiors would like me to examine it.
Indeed. They would like you to confirm or deny putting this fake in the box.
Can't that wait? I must go to the house of Lord Peregrine Maitland, the Bishop of Knightsbridge. Inspector, I assume that you have the fake necklace with you. It's why you're...
Indeed. They would...
Can't that wait?
What?
Inspector, can you explain this slander? Has the necklace of the Samoas really been replaced by a fake?
I don't know how the reporter got hold of the information, but it's true. About the necklace, of course. I wouldn't permit myself to question the integrity and honesty of Mr. Holmes.
The necklace is a forgery? Impossible! I saw the Marquis authenticated before my very eyes, before Holmes returned it to its place.
Mr. Holmes, the Marquis believes Osmond Farley's theory. I shouldn't be surprised if the reporter isn't behind all this slander about you. He's a freelancer, well known for his explosive and subjective articles. In any case, the Marquis assures us that you were the last person to have the necklace in your hands.
Let's return to the Marquis's house, Holmes. I'm sure that we'll have no trouble in taking apart this theory.
It is unnecessary. Such allegations collapse on their own, like one of Mrs. Hudson's soufflés. Let us leave the police to solve this problem and turn our attention to the matters in hand.
Perhaps you are right, Holmes.
And the Marchioness?
She is beside herself. Without the necklace, her marriage is compromised. It is the principal item of the young woman's dowry.
What a lovely marriage. Holmes, forgive me for insisting, but don't you want to examine the fake jewellery?
Watson, I have an appointment, and it's out of the question that I arrive late.
It will only take you a couple of minutes. You really must quell the suspicions put forward in this appalling article. If you will allow me, Inspector?
Be my guest.
Very well. This pearl is a different color. These 3 pearls are of poor quality. This pearl is too small. It is not in its place here. Too many defects. This necklace is a fake. This is nothing but a vulgar copy, and at a glance it would appear that the forger has intended for it to be seen as such.
How could we have been fooled by such a blatant imitation? I don't understand.
Yes, how is it possible? Holmes, do you have a theory about this?
I have absolutely no idea. You insisted that I examine the necklace, and I have done so. Now it is important that I keep my appointment. I'm sure, Inspector, that you will throw some light on this affair.
Holmes.
You may accompany me, Watson, if you care to do so.
Goodbye, gentlemen. I'll keep you informed as to my inquiries.
Goodbye, Inspector. You mentioned a bishop, didn't you? Are we going to his home?
Yes, the Bishop of Knightsbridge. I put his address on our map of London on my desk. Would you get it for me, please?
All right, Holmes. I have found your map.
Oh, I got a ding.
The police? Already? How did you know?
May we see the Bishop of Knightsbridge?
Yes. Yes, of course. But come in.
What has happened, Reverend?
What?
I don't know. It was last night, I think. I only just arrived, and I have made this macabre discovery. My God, how horrible. I haven't called anyone. How did you know that?
Holmes, look!
The bishop, appallingly mutilated.
How dreadful.
Mutilated and killed. He was such a good man. How could anyone be so brutal? Look at him. He is barely recognizable now. How could any of God's children be responsible for that?
They were evidently unworthy children, Reverend. Now do please try to calm yourself and focus, because we will need your assistance. Do you have any idea as to the motive behind this?
I haven't had time to do an inventory, but nothing appears to have been stolen. And anyway, His Excellency didn't own anything of great value. I don't know what else I can tell you.
Note this down, please, Doctor.
Doctor? But you aren't the police?
No, Reverend. I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. We are here at the request of the bishop.
In that case, I must ask you to leave, and not to touch anything. I must get in touch with the authorities without further delay.
Reverend, when the inspectors of Scotland Yard find themselves at a dead end, which they quite often do, I assure you, then they turn to me for help. If you will allow us to continue our investigation, then you shall have the answers to all of your questions.
Out of the question! I don't even know you! I'm going to call the police, whether you like it or not.
It would be better for everyone, Reverend, if you kept your temper. Watson, are you taking notes? This affair promises to be a complex one, therefore we must not overlook the slightest detail.
Yes, Holmes. I am keeping a meticulous set of notes. I have created a very clever deduction board. One thing we can be sure of at the moment is that this crime was not for gain. The Reverend has informed us that nothing valuable was stolen, and indeed, it would seem that the bishop had nothing of any worth to take.
Very good, Watson. Do continue.
Should probably do something that's not an autosave.
You have no right to search here.
A broken phial and blood near the neck.
What a strange smell. Phew. Chemical components, I think.
This stove is filled to overflowing. A bottle of whiskey. I can make out fingerprints stained with blood and dirt.
It's like a, maybe not print.
The fingers have been crushed and violently struck. The fingers have been crushed. A piece of rope that was used to tie up that poor man.
His stomach is covered in scratches. Quite evidently, they weren't made recently.
So, these wounds were not made by his murderers. His forearms have been ripped, pieces of skin have been torn off. What do you think, Watson?
I'd say that he was eaten alive. Yet I've noticed a curious degeneration of the skin tissue around the wounds.
These burns are terrible.
Look, really deep.
This poor man was tied just below the knees.
To stop him from walking, certainly, but mostly to free his feet.
His feet have been burned.
My first impression is that he wears a size 9 shoe.
You! But what does it matter, Holmes? My God, Holmes, this man was horribly tortured.
A finger. Apparently it doesn't belong to the Bishop of Knightsbridge.
How dreadful. His chest has been lacerated, I would say, with a very sharp and fine blade. You can see by his expression that he suffered terribly.
His mouth is covered in blood, and I can make out strips of skin between his teeth. My dear friend, everything points to this man having gnawed at his own forearms.
That's unbelievable, Holmes.
Something is missing here.
Oh, yes? And what might that be?
His shoes. Watson, his shoes are missing.
A broken bottle of whiskey. However, the Bishop of Knightsbridge was known for his sobriety. It would seem that the brutes who tortured the bishop to death were intoxicated with alcohol.
This metal rod is for fastening the chilice.
Chilice?
It's a cilice designed to bruise the person wearing it. The bishop wore it as repentance.
Also, they just pronounce it two separate ways within like 10 seconds of
A
each other.
whip?
No, it is a discipline for self-flagellation. This very pious man must have had the habit of mortifying his flesh as a means of repentance. Reverend, I'm missing something, an implement with which to open this chest. Could you tell me where to find it?
No, go to the devil!
What are you afraid of, Reverend? What is inside the chest?
I'm not afraid of anything. In fact, I do have the necessary implements, but if I have to give them to anyone, it will be to a representative of the law and no one else.
The picture of Peregrine Maitland, commander of the infantry brigade of Her Majesty's Guards at Waterloo.
The Bishop of Knightsbridge has the same name as his ancestor, an illustrious family.
There is blood on this paperweight. This paperweight was used to crush the victim's fingers.
This is a bloody pen.
A surgical scalpel
Oh, it's a
covered in
scalpel.
blood. There isn't any doubt. The wounds on the bishop were administered with this scalpel.
Finger. Oh, these must be achievement things. Interesting. Maybe? There's also the scalpel, but there is the broken glass.
This door has not been forced. Where does it lead, Reverend?
To His Excellency's room. There is just a mattress and a stool.
The bishop's bedroom. It is very austere. Nothing in particular here.
Yep, it is a tiny room. Okay, nothing else other than bed.
Closed. The veranda door hasn't been forced. Strange. Reverend, might I have the key?
No! You have no authority here. Let me call the police.
Perhaps we should listen to him, Holmes.
Perhaps you should let me get on with this, Watson. Closed.
Okay, so pocket knife, rope, scalpel, metal stick.
Closed. Closed.
Okay, so can't do anything with that at the moment. Oop.
Watch where you're putting your feet, Watson. Have you noticed these prints upon the ground?
Well, yes, those muddy marks.
See here, Watson. Footprints can often provide more vital information than the very best of informants.
Yes, if you know how to make them talk, that is.
It's child's play, Watson. We will begin by excluding the contaminating prints, which are yours and mine from where we came in, and those of our dear Reverend who was so impatient to call the police. Size 9. Size 9. Size 9. Size 9.5. Size 9. Size 9.5. A fragment of stone. Peculiar. This print came from an expensive pair of shoes, and it seems recent. It is not a laborer's shoe. This print came from an expensive hobnail boots like those worn by laborers. Hobnail boots like those worn by laborers. Hobnail, well-worn shoes with an odd pattern on the soles. Hobnail boots like... Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. Perfect. We now know that there were 3 crooks.
So there's 3 pairs. These 4 all appear to come from the same shoe. This one's different, this one's different.
Strange but true. One of the crooks was wearing a different pair of shoes when he left here. Therefore, we have 3 men who came in and left again, but one of them was wearing a different pair of shoes from the ones which he came in with.
So, all we have to do is look for a workman who likes Italian shoes.
I don't know why I'm saving. I don't need to save nearly as often.
Let us look at our deduction board, Watson. Perfect. It is evident that the Bishop of Knightsbridge's killers were after something specific, and that they did not find it. Reverend, I shall ask you one more time. Open the chest. The item they were seeking must still be inside. It is unlikely that they will let this matter rest. They will most certainly return to finish what they started.
And I'm telling you once more, the chest is locked and shall remain so.
Very well. We have reached an impasse. You are a stubborn man, Reverend. Watson, accompany our friend to the police station and return with Inspector Baines. Baines and no one else. I shall wait for you here. Go. Alone at last. Now I can continue my investigation. This.
This one's gonna be a little bit funky, isn't it? Oh. Never mind.
There we are. It is simplicity itself. There isn't anything much in this room. It must be used as a reading or meditation room. An ink stain, quite fresh. This stain is just on the edge of the rug. Let's see. There is nothing on the floor, yet the ink must have soaked through the rug. An ink stain.
Rug has been rotated.
This inkwell was tipped over recently. The ink stain on the floor comes from the ink on the rug, but they are not in the same place. Someone has moved the rug recently. That is curious. There is something strange on the floor. Certain stones have been marked out, just like a chessboard. Apparently, someone wanted to hide this statue. This horse resembles a large chess piece.
Indeed. It's a knight piece.
There is a message underneath this statue. Let's see.
What a lack of imagination. Use your passion for chess. The last square on which the knight will place himself after having covered all others will be the right one.
This message was written by a woman, but for whom was it intended? Interesting, this chess game. That is curious. There is something strange on the floor. Certain stones have been marked out, just like a chessboard. I need something. That's not right. Start again.
This is gonna be kind of annoying, isn't it? Okay.
That's not right. Start again. This last piece should be the good one. It will have to be pulled free. I need something.
Okay, hidden letter. 24th April. My love, what a beautiful spring. What a marvelous day, our dear youngest child's birthday. Every moment is so precious as our child blossoms, and without a doubt he will soon be talking. I'm sure that his first words will be for you. He misses you so much, as do I. Are you sure you cannot get away on Sunday after Vespers? I thought that... And that's... September 14th. My darling, I know that you think I am insistent, but we absolutely must legitimize our union. We cannot live in sin all our lives. 3rd March. Rest assured, my dear, that I understand your position is not easy, but have you thought about ours, the children's and mine? And I cannot allow our children's future to be compromised. Think about it, my love. What is a so-called scandal next to the well-being of your family? You must become husband and wife legally to finally form a real fam.
A packet of letters addressed to the Reverend. They were written by a woman who mentions his illegitimate children. Their affair isn't official. Perfect. I have you now, my wayward Reverend.
Anything else here? Nope, doesn't appear so.
Ah, Watson, you were gone a terribly long time, and Inspector Baines isn't with you.
I'm afraid not, Holmes. We were unable to find him.
Dr. Watson would not allow me to contact any inspector other than this Baines. What manners! I am a man of the church.
My dear Reverend, I notice that you are a chess lover. I trust you will excuse me, but I am never able to resist the appeal of a half-finished game.
You are an expert at chess. Very well, then. What do you want now?
As you might have guessed, resolving your small chess problem has allowed me to discover some very interesting letters.
Letters? What do they say?
Reverend, why hide these letters here and run the risk of the bishop finding them?
Holmes, what's in the letters?
Not now, Watson.
Where else could I have hidden them? My own chambers are too austere. They could offer no cover. I knew, however, that His Excellency, may he rest in peace, would not notice my game.
The contents of the Bishop of Knightsbridge's chest interest me greatly. Give me the elements you hold, Reverend.
Out of the question.
With the bishop no more, you are therefore the apostolic director of the diocese, are you not?
Well, yes, but only until someone else is appointed.
I am certain that the Honourable Bishop of York, whom I have the privilege of knowing well enough for him to listen to what I have to say, would recognise your qualities for the post.
If I receive new responsibilities, it will be through my faith and devotion, nothing else.
Do you understand that you are the prime suspect in this terrible murder?
What? But that's ridiculous.
Think for one moment, who profits from this crime?
Not me.
I think so, yes. With the Bishop of Knightsbridge no longer here, you are now the Apostolic Director of the diocese, are you not?
Yes, until another incumbent is appointed, but...
A position which should logically come to you. The police will not overlook that.
They will never believe you.
But of course they will. Do not forget who I am, Reverend.
You are odious. Here are the stems that you were looking for. You have won.
Evidently, as I always do. What are you able to tell us about the Bishop of Knightsbridge's last days? Did anyone come to visit him? Did he seem worried, anxious? Do not omit the smallest detail.
His nephew came to see him yesterday at His Excellency's request. I found this visit a little peculiar because the young man rarely visits his uncle.
Do you know why that might be? Were they on bad terms?
I don't think so. It's rather a consequence of his work. The young man is employed within the archives section of the Royal Library, which doesn't leave him with a lot of free time.
Do you know the reason for his summons?
No, but the conversation was very heated. It only lasted for a few minutes and ended with the nephew in a terrible rage.
Interesting.
I've answered your questions. Will you now let me contact the authorities?
I'm afraid not, Reverend. Not just yet. All right, now we can open the safe.
Nails? Is this some kind of guessing game? Oh. It is. Wait, what? What? Okay. Okay, I don't quite get... what?
All right, now we...
You have no...
think I get it. Okay. So I think that I didn't realize that you can skip the puzzle, but I've already figured it out, I think. So the point is you can only put, you need to fill like, be able to place them all, and you can't place them in the same row or column or diagonal. So if I place this here, I can't place one here, but I can place one here. This row, I can place one here. This row, I can place one here. This one there, place one. Ah, crap. Oh, because sorry. Let's reset this. Do there. 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 Where can I place this last one that will work? So I can't do there. I can do you, you're clear. Up, down, left, right, not diagonal. No, 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 no.
Now I can open the
There we go.
chest. Here we are. I am eager to discover what remarkable treasure could justify such an act of barbarity.
Extraordinary.
This chest is impenetrable. How is it possible? No one other than the bishop should be able to open it.
You open the chest with disconcerting ease, Holmes.
I've seen and heard quite enough. This time you won't stop me.
Catch him, Watson.
What the? But why?
Run, Watson. Hurry.
He's escaped. I hope that your motivations are founded, Holmes. I don't much like skirting around the edges of the law like this.
It is annoying. Let's leave without delay.
What have you found in the chest, Holmes? What in there is so precious for these men to commit such terrible acts?
The Reverend was telling the truth. Nothing important was locked inside the chest, apart from a few religious items which are hardly worth stealing.
So, we haven't made any headway. Perhaps the police will.
By the time the police arrive, we shall be a long way from here, Watson. We are leaving.
Okay, so apparently I need to make the right deductions. I don't know what that was about. So I wonder what happens. Is there like a wrong deduction? So these don't leave any questions. Feels like there should be something more. Huh?
What should we do next, Holmes?
Let us return.
What should we do?
Let us
What should we...
Let us
Okay, I think that this is all that we can do at this point.
We have crossed London at a breakneck speed. We could have knocked someone over, and naturally I had to pay the cabbie out of my own pocket.
Watson, stop complaining. We have to analyze the clues found at the bishop's house.
Okay, I was gonna say, I feel like there should be a little bit more to it.
This fragment of stone is very smooth, and it seems to be of a peculiar quality. I shall have to strip it with one of my products. I can see something. I can see something. I haven't finished my analysis. I can't. I can't. I can see. This stone is granite covered in black paint. Tooth marks, rather deep ones, I'd say of incisors and a canine. I can't do that. Tooth marks. Fragments of skin, a phalanx. This finger wasn't cut off, it was ripped off. Fragment. I can see. I can't. Black and damp earth under the nail. Interesting. I can see some. I can't do that.
Bite marks on this severed finger. I am afraid of the significance.
The thieves didn't get what they wanted. When they were faced with the bishop's refusal to cooperate, one of the gang shook his finger at him to indicate that he was responsible for his unfortunate state.
And the poor man, whose head was the only part of him not bound by ropes, bit the finger violently enough to sever it. An uncommonly savage act.
Watson, I am certain that when we have explained the reasons behind this sudden bestiality, we will have revealed a larger part of the mystery. There is something written on this scalpel. I should clean it. I can't do that. Ah, I can make out WCCH. What do the initials stand for? How many hospitals are there in the Whitechapel area, Watson?
If we count public dispensaries, enough to keep us busy for an entire month. Did this scalpel come from a hospital?
Yes, as the initials WCCH engraved upon it show us. We must think on how best to deal with this. We do not have the time to investigate every hospital in Whitechapel. I can't do that. I have cut a small piece off the rope. That should be enough. I can't do that. A lot of fragments of black stone are wedged into this rope. Their color seems unnatural, but they are too small for me to examine them. These small stones resemble the pieces found in the footprints at the bishop's house. Granite painted black. Black and damp earth. This rope. I must compare the samples of earth that I found. I must compare the samples. And if I mix this earth with... I can see something. Now it must all be stirred. The samples of earth taken from beneath the fingernail and from the ropes originate from the same place.
How do you know?
It took just a little water to analyze the consistency. The soil has retained its moisture. even though there hasn't been rain in London for over a week.
This soil could come from the bank of a river, or somewhere where the evaporation is slower. A mine, perhaps, or a trench.
The banks of the Thames are clay soil, unlike our samples, so we can rule that out. The nearest mines are 12 miles away, so I would rule that out also. I would therefore conclude your last theory to be nearer the mark.
A trench?
A pit. Watson, bring me your register of the London hospitals.
Studying the scalpel has given you an idea, then?
Indeed.
I'll get it.
Like how as Watson, you can do some of this stuff too.
The work table. Holmes's homemade analyzer.
Yeah, I know. You know, I kind of get the feeling that this reporter may be behind some of this stuff.
Read the paper, Holmes.
Because he does seem either jealous or very intentionally targeting.
And this is how my dear friend and colleague treats his clients' letters. And this...
It's back in here. Alright, it's the room.
Here is where I write my stories about Holmes's cases. And I've got work to do.
Ah, it's the disguise thing.
This bust was used to fool Colonel Moran during the case of the empty house. General practitioner? That won't be of any use to me. The harpoon that was used to kill Black Peter. A horrible murder.
I remember that one.
Hospitals and dispensaries in London. I have found my book, Holmes.
Good. Put it on the work table, will you?
Female anatomy. I should put this book somewhere else.
Where do you plan on putting it, Dr. Watson?
I have...
Good.
I have found...
Good.
I have...
Good.
Oh, right.
I have found...
Good. Put it on...
Here is the section showing Whitechapel. I made several notations on these pages during our investigation into the Ripper, which might prove useful. All we need to do is to find a hospital or a public dispensary near a location where pits have been dug and black granite has been used.
It's simplicity itself. I haven't finished my analysis.
Then why did you stand up, Mr.
I
Holmes?
need some.
Okay, let's see. So I think it's from a pit. Probably.
I haven't finished my... I haven't finished my analysis. I need...
I guess now let's see what Sherlock Holmes. Oh, he didn't have anything to say.
I am missing some... I am missing... I am missing... Now I can make the right decision.
Oh, that one was... Did I have something else picked? Oh. Okay.
The public dispensary number 4661. It's just opposite the Whitechapel Street Cemetery.
Yes, Watson. The murderer with the missing finger must work in the cemetery, or at least visit it. He could have taken a rope, one of the type they use to lower the coffins into the graves. The granite is minute particles of tombstone.
And he only had to cross the road to steal a scalpel from the dispensary opposite.
I need some. We must analyze... No, it is unnecessary. I can analyze the chemical composition.
Right, this thing. Okay, so let's see. Is you...
I must analyze.
Orange, blue... Orange, blue, and 2 greens. 3 oranges, 2 whites. Okay, so there's 1. Okay, let's reset this.
I must analyze the clue.
Okay. So from the orange, 2 greens, 1 blue, 1 orange. So 1, 2. Okay. Blue. 3 orange, 1 white. White. 3 white, 2 orange. Two green, 2. Three green, 3 orange.
Poison, and apparently very virulent.
Heightened aggression. That would explain the biting off a finger thing.
Poison. Discreet, efficient, and only detectable via a thorough post-mortem.
Have you been able to isolate the active components, Holmes?
Not with any certainty. This toxic substance surpasses my own knowledge in the field. It is without doubt the work of an expert chemist.
A chemist and a criminal.
As you say, please find my monograph on poisoners of the last 30 years.
All right, Watson.
General practitioner.
According to these documents, Hans Schielmann, known as the Rat Killer, was considered the greatest specialist in chemical poison in the world.
Is he at liberty?
Happily, no. He has been held in the high-security wing of London's Westgate prison for many years now.
Then he cannot be the one who concocted the poison.
Don't dismiss him too quickly, Watson. According to Scotland Yard, the man is exceptionally intelligent. For the greatest criminals, prison is but a mere obstacle. Let's plan a little visit to see Mr. Schielmann tomorrow.
Okay. Probably make a save.
I cannot leave now. Let us look at our deduction board, Watson.
Okay. There we go. Made him drink the contents. Nodded himself. That would be the aggression.
Perfect. Well done, Watson. Our board is finished. It confirms that the bishop's murderers work for one person, who, amongst other things, possesses a very sophisticated poison. They therefore act for someone more educated than themselves. You remember Wiggins and his gang, the Baker Street Irregulars?
Yes, the street urchins, whom you employ upon occasion, and Wiggins is their leader.
Yes. Well, I have hired their services again. I have instructed them to find out the address of the bishop's nephew.
I think he's here.
Hello, Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, my young friend, have you found the information for which the good Dr. Watson is going to pay you?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, it was easy.
Very well, I understand. Here are a few pennies.
Thanks, Dr. Watson. The man you're looking for lives near Kensington.
Does he live alone?
Yes, but he rents a room for an old lady.
Did she see you?
No, Mr. Holmes. No one saw me.
Perfect. Watson, give our young friend another shilling as a reward for his discretion.
Here we go again. But of course... I'm falling asleep, Holmes. Aren't you tired?
No, I have an exceptional constitution. I can't remember ever having been fatigued by work. Idleness, on the other hand, exhausts me completely. Go to bed, Watson. The night will be short. We leave at dawn.
Wow, this is a real adventure. It's exciting. I like it better than made-up stories. I want to know what happens next. Keep reading. I'm going to.
Ah, I want to listen to.
My readers must excuse me if I do not describe in full detail here the terrible images which haunted me that night.
I had a sense that something extraordinary would take place, but I was scarcely prepared for the reality of it. Good morning, Holmes. Did you get any rest?
I did not attempt to sleep.
Have you managed to come to any conclusions?
I think that we might follow 3 trails. We can visit Whitechapel to try to discover the identity of the murderers by making inquiries at Dispensary 4661 and at the Whitechapel Street Cemetery.
The poison trail seems more important to me. We should perhaps go to Westgate Prison first to see Hans Schielman.
Yes, and let us not forget the bishop's irascible nephew, whose address we now have, thanks to my Baker Street Irregulars. I have located each place on our map of London.
Holmes, let me remind you that we still have not been officially instructed to investigate this affair.
Ah, well, we will just have to hide that small detail.
By just not telling. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Turn down the AC because it keeps blowing a little bit too hard. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okie dokie. I might shoot some gun if I had it. But, it's all in my backpack because I don't typically chew a lot of gum anymore. Okay. Now, let us go.
Westgate Prison.
Yep, we shall go to the prison
Here
first.
we are at the famous Westgate Prison, one of the oldest and surest in the kingdom.
I've heard that it is soon going to be demolished. Don't you find it strange that it still houses criminals as dangerous as Hans Schielmann?
There's nothing strange about it, Watson. The name of this prison is linked with numerous failed escape attempts. As long as it stands, the criminals will fear it.
Why is there such epic music?
Good morning, gentlemen. Are you expected?
No, but we wish to meet with one of your prisoners, Hans Schielmann.
I'm afraid that at the moment that is impossible. Access to the cells is controlled strictly. You can't go there without permission from the director.
Then would you be so good as to announce us? I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson.
The famous Holmes and Watson. What an honour. My name is Brighton. Frank Brighton. I'm afraid that I can't announce you. I'm not allowed to leave my post, under any circumstances. But I'm sure that the director won't refuse to see you, even without an appointment. Do you see the corridor behind the reception? Follow it to the secretary's office. You'll find him there.
Thank you, Warden Brighton. One last thing. Hans Schielmann received any visits lately?
None. And I'm sure because I've dealt with receiving visitors for several weeks now. I volunteered because it's a calm post to be in. We don't get many visitors and it gives me time to write. Just like you, Dr. Watson. I enjoy literature and the...
Very good. Thank you.
That was very impolite, Holmes. That man admires our work. You could have given him...
Another time. Let's go and meet the director of the prison.
Yeah, man, you don't have to be quite so much of a joy.
Sorry, sirs.
Sorry, but this area is prohibited without a pass. Please leave.
We must see the prison...
Cleaning materials, otherwise known as a broom cupboard. Nothing of interest here. Closed. Closed.
Are any of these going to be open, or are they all just going to be closed? I mean, I don't expect any of them to be open.
Locked. I can feel a draft. This must be the access to the inside yard. Closed. Closed. Staff cloakroom.
Cloak?
The locker room. This is where the prisoners' things are kept.
Closed.
Might actually need to go into that room later.
Let us go to the secretary's office.
Okay, so that is the secretary's office, which means if there's anything that happens to be down this way, I should probably check it out first.
Closed.
Oh, never mind, this door is here.
This is the entrance to the ordinary prisoner's cell. There's no point in going there.
Come on, Watson, you're lagging behind.
Good morning, miss.
Oh, excuse me, I dropped off. Good morning, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. We would like to talk to the director.
I'll just go and see if he can receive you.
Tiredness, pale face, stiffness. I believe that the young lady is expecting a happy event.
It would seem so. This small rack is for urgent letters to be given immediately to the director.
This charming secretary is Miss Jenny Patterson. Hot tea.
The director's office, Mr. P. Patterson. No need to go in there. Strange. The director and the secretary have the same name.
I'm delighted to meet you, Mr. Holmes. I am Paul Patterson, director of this establishment. You wish to talk to me? I hope this unexpected visit isn't to announce bad news.
No, do not worry. We are investigating an affair of the highest importance, one which could potentially affect the security of the kingdom. Therefore, it is imperative that we interview one of your prisoners, Hans Schielmann.
Hans, the rat killer? He's been in here for a long while now, and he's had no contact with the outside. How could he be involved in such an affair?
That is what we would like to find out.
And you have been commissioned by Scotland Yard?
Evidently.
Very well. I have complete confidence in you, Mr. Holmes. I will draw up a pass that you should give to Warden James in the guardroom. He will show you to the cells.
Thank you, Director.
Keep me informed of your progress. And if there is anything else, don't hesitate to let me know.
We shall certainly do so.
Miss Patterson, you have the same name as the director. Are you related?
Come, Watson. Anyone who might have made the slightest study of anthropology would have noted the similarities between the young lady and her father.
Mr. Holmes is right, I am his daughter, but he doesn't like to talk about it. I think he's afraid of being accused of favoritism.
I'm sure it was your qualities alone which secured you this position, miss.
If you must try out your powers of seduction, then what do you say about using them on the rat killer? Goodbye, miss.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Why is the music acting like there's some kind of action sequence going on right now? This.
Sorry, but this area is prohibited without a pass. Please leave. Ah, you've got a pass for the high security area. It's the door at the end. Go ahead.
It is potassium nitrate, isn't it?
Yes. Saltpeter or whatever.
It is about the signing-in book. This information board is almost empty. Strange, in view of the activity in the prison.
My name is Peter James, Chief Warden, and this is Deputy Warden O'Sullivan.
I imagine I will find Hans Schielmann behind these bars in the basement.
Yes, the high security cells are down there.
Is this the only access?
Yes, there was a second door at the end of the main hall, but it's been blocked up as a security measure.
Thank you, Chief Warden.
At your service. If you require further information, Warden Mackenzie will help you. He's at his post in the basement.
There isn't any information on the notice board. Should there be notes about duties?
Yes, there should be, but Miss Patterson hasn't put up the guard's assignments for this week yet. It's not like her. Usually she does it first thing in the morning. Without these instructions, the guard in the basement won't be changed. I would go and get them, but I don't want the director to catch me there. He's very strict. doesn't like us wandering around when we're on duty. And it would get his daughter in trouble. He's not being very pleasant with her at the moment, and I don't want to make things worse.
How does not having the information about guard duty stop you from ensuring the watch in the basement?
Because of the system of opening the doors, Mr. Holmes. As you can see, they are equipped with a mechanical timer which answers to a code. When the timer stops, that is to say at the end of each watch, the doors block automatically and the code is reset. It is therefore impossible to open the doors without the new code.
And who has the code?
Only the guard who takes the new watch. He's the only one who can open the envelope that it's kept in. He learns it by heart and destroys the message.
Very clever, but let's look at the limits of this procedure. One false note and the system falls apart. Tell me about the prisoners, Warden James.
We only have a few. As you might be aware, the days of this place are numbered. Therefore, we no longer receive new prisoners. Those who are already here are among the most dangerous in London. We have 3 at the moment, Hans the Rat Killer and the Flint Brothers.
The Flint Brothers?
Yes, 2 rather simple-minded maniacs who detest one another despite their relation. They massacred their parents and decapitated their neighbours. It took more than 9 policemen to overpower them.
Mr. Holmes, I am a huge admirer of yours. I have followed all your cases and successes with the greatest interest.
What enthusiasm! Have you ever thought of a career in the police force?
Have I thought about it? It's my dream. And I'm going to try my chance once this establishment closes down. I'm studying hard for the examination to get into police school.
See you later, Mr. Holmes.
Well, I like third-person mode a little bit better. This mode is just better for things, because you can just do stuff like that.
Anything else, gentlemen?
This small...
Yeah. Okay, I guess we're not gonna... To say, it could be a side quest we could go and help them. Shut up, Siri.
Closed. This device must be the alarm.
Here's the famous high-security area.
Warden Mackenzie, at your service, sir.
Good morning, Warden. I have a pass which allows me to speak with prisoner Hans.
Very well. It is the cell at the end to your left. I'd advise you to walk in the middle of the corridor. Warden Mackenzie, at your service, sir.
Hans Schielmann, I require some information from you.
So, who do we have here? The celebrated Sherlock Holmes himself. Do you know that for all the time I have spent rotting in here, you are my first and only visitor? I think this is cause for celebration. A confrontation between 2 geniuses, 2 extraordinary minds.
I am afraid that you are not quite as great a chemist as you believe you are, Mr. Schielmann. I will not say that you never were. No, it was certainly true once. But you see, while you are whiling away your days in here, it appears that someone on the outside is at the point of surpassing you, if that is not already the case.
Yes, I heard about that. A chemical poison that eats away at the flesh and provokes hysteria. I recognize talent when I see it, but it's only a matter of time before I win back my laurels, believe me.
What can you tell me?
That depends on what you can bring to me.
What do you want?
Do you know why I am treated so harshly? For my meals, I am given nothing but a hunk of bread, and even then, not just any sort.
Get to the point.
Never interrupt me! Where was I? Oh yes, the bread. Did you know that with a little rye yeast, a pinch of moss, certain cockroach secretions, just enough light and damp, with a few other ingredients that I will keep quiet about, I succeeded in poisoning half the staff here. Unfortunately, a little something was omitted, which would have made the results fatal. Instead, it merely caused acute attacks of stress and powerful hallucinations. Even so, I got a great laugh out of watching them cry like babies when they saw their most primitive fears materializing before them.
You are a monster, Mr. Shielman.
Thank you.
It wasn't a compliment.
But of course it was! You others, you ordinary, narrow-minded people, you are afraid of anything that you cannot comprehend. You call me a monster because what you find impossible to face is just the slightest fraction of my genius. If by monster you mean someone who is nothing like you, then it is a compliment.
What do you need?
Very little. Just something to write with. You see, my brain races like an engine with too many thoughts. I see them crackle and explode into thousands of formulae right in front of me. What a torture not to be able to write them down. What a hell to see them vanish just as quickly as they appear to me. Just bring me something that I can write with.
That's all. That seems an easy enough request to fulfill.
But listen, I don't want a vulgar inkwell and a pigeon's feather. No, I need material fit for my talent. I want my ink pen. Bring it to me, and I will be happy to pass on to you a little of my knowledge of modern chemistry.
Where is it?
It was confiscated upon my arrival here. I suppose it might be in my locker, in the locker room. Leave me now, and don't come back without my ink pen. See you soon, Mr.
Okay.
Closed.
The locker room.
Closed. Closed.
The lock.
Closed.
Okay, so the scalpel doesn't work. I need to get a key off somebody. Oh, maybe I need to talk to the guy down at the bottom of the steps, since he's the one I'm supposed to do that stuff with.
The guards must spend long hours here.
Yeah, probably, and I mean, not much else to do.
It is the guard's guest book, perhaps for distinguished guests.
Ward.
I'm glad to...
Can you tell me where I might find the...
In the corridor that leads to the director's office. That's where the prisoners' civilian stuff is held. But seeing the length of their sentences, they've little chance of ever getting it back.
Can you open the locker room for us? We would like to inspect Shieldman's personal items.
No, Mr. Holmes. I'm not responsible for that. You will find the keys in the secretary's office.
See you later.
Why would the secretary be holding on to the key for the locker room? I feel like it'd either be the director or a guard or something.
Miss, may we borrow the keys to the locker room?
You will need authorization from the director to open that door. If you wait a moment, then I will inform him.
We will wait, thank you.
Anything new, Mr. Holmes? Mr. Holmes, have you been able to get what you wanted from our lodger?
Not yet. We must first cast light upon a crucial point, and for that we require your help again.
What can I do?
We need to examine Shieldman's civilian clothing.
Very well, but be extremely careful.
What do you mean?
In that madman's compartment, you will find a strange little coded case which refused point blank to open when he was incarcerated. We did try to force it, but without success.
Didn't you ask the experts?
Of course we did. Experts from Scotland Yard came to examine it, but they came to the conclusion that it was better that the case remain shut than tamper with it too much.
I see. They were afraid that some poison or other might escape if it was opened.
Exactly. Bear in mind that this man is an evil genius, a master poisoner, and that his poisons are never ordinary. Here's the key to the locker room. I give you the authorization to open it.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Miss Patterson, the guards are still waiting for you to put up the duty list. Do it as soon as possible. Without it, the changing of the guard cannot take place. Or had you forgotten?
Dry your tears, miss. I'm certain that your father didn't mean to hurt you.
Mr. Watson, I can't put up the duty list. And when he finds out, he'll be furious.
Why can't you?
It's in my locker, in the cloakroom, and I've lost the key.
Your aunt.
Say no more, Holmes. As you keep repeating, time is against us. Let's go and look at the things in the rat killer's locker.
What, Watson? You usually want to help people.
Staff cloakroom. Closed. Here is the locker of our friend, Hans, the mad scientist.
Oh, what a jumble.
Blotting paper. A paper knife. This solid box must hold a precious object. Let us see.
Considering I don't see a pen, maybe it's a pen. As soon as the catastrophe came to be known, the alarm from mouth to mouth was blown, and the cry rang out all over the town. heavens, the Tay Bridge is blown down and a passenger train from Edinburgh, which filled all people's hearts with sorrow and made them to turn pale because none of the passengers were saved. Tell the tale how the disaster happened on the last Sabbath day of 1879, which will be remembered for a very long time. Okay, so
a poem in Hans's handwriting.
Yeah, so I already recognize the pattern with this. There are certain things that shouldn't be capitalized that are, like known. KN, I wonder. Also, I think this soon, but maybe not, because the other S's all look the same.
Blotting. I can't do. Nothing of interest. Nothing of it.
Okay. So... KN somewhere, probably. Or it could just be a K. It's okay. I think that's the regular F. Maybe I don't know if it's every capitalized word. I wouldn't think so, because these are just new lines. SA. Maybe just an S, because I don't think there's an SA on the periodic table. But that may also just be the regular S, because it looks the same as that one.
There's something interesting here. There is some. This cannot be a simple coincidence.
No. Okay, so...
There is something... There is... No, it... There is something...
So CA...
There is something interesting.
BRHS.
Perfect.
What is written on that note, Holmes?
Later, Watson, later. We can give Hans his pen.
What a bunch of incompetents. Oh, if I was as unprofessional as that, there would be murderers running all over the town.
What's the matter? Are you a patient of Dr. Watson?
Very amusing.
I was going on about the dry cleaners in Westgate Street. They've just delivered my ceremonial uniform in the middle of my duty, when I've told them 1,000 times not to bring it until after 6 in the evening.
A ceremonial uniform? You've been promoted?
No, and that's not about to happen. No, I've been invited to a wedding. I mean, I hope to be. I'm in trouble. If the director sees that I've left my post, I'll be sacked without pay.
Give it to me, Warden Brighton. I'll take care of it for you.
Really? Thanks a lot. Here's the key to the cloakroom and that of my locker. I'm really grateful, Mr. Holmes.
What have you got in mind, Holmes? You're not doing this out of kindness, are you?
No, out of curiosity. We will be able to access the cloakroom with these keys.
Yes.
Closed.
What? Oh.
Miss Patterson's locker. Miss Pat... Here is Brighton's locker. Here is... Closed.
Oops.
Bicarbonate of soda. Brighton must have an upset stomach, caused by stress, without a doubt.
A book.
The name on the key is Jenny Patterson. That is interesting. I need something.
I wonder if they are involved with each other or something.
Bicarbonate. Let us examine Miss Patterson's locker. The lock on this box is rather sophisticated.
Incredible. Is Jenny hiding something?
Okay, so I get the feeling that red needs to be on top or something. You, I feel like here.
It's really very clever. Little Jenny is astonishing.
Jenny Patterson, Frank Brighton. Single heart. Eternal.
A locket,
Okay.
sealing the relation between Jenny and Warden Brighton. Decidedly, this boy is not a great poet.
Letter from Brighton. My Jenny, let's get married. Never mind the consequences. Your father will have to accept the fact that we are in love. Think about the baby and don't forget that. Bunch of I love yous, and I've written you a poem. Jenny Patterson, your heart pounds, mine weighs a ton. Our love has no bounds. It just goes on and on. I was inspired by the great Chinese poets to write it. Be courageous, my honey bun. Yours, Frank.
A letter from Brighton to Jenny. Barely literate.
Apparently, Jenny is carrying Brighton's child, and it seems that Jenny's father, the director, is unaware of this.
Sounds like leverage. Service sheet.
Here is the famous guard duty list. Interesting. We have found the guard duty cards, miss. If you like, I can go and discreetly give them to the guards.
Oh, thank you. You've got me out of a lot of trouble, Mr. Holmes.
We have found the
Oh, thank you.
Watson, you move. Dankeschön. Are you sleeping?
Sorry, sirs.
Sorry, Mr. Holmes, you can't go into the basement for the moment.
For what reason?
The door has locked itself automatically. You must enter a new security code.
Do it, then.
Miss Patterson hasn't put up the guard duty list yet. Without that information, we don't know who's authorised to take note of the new code.
So Mackenzie is locked in the high security zone.
Yes, but don't worry about him. He's trained for this sort of dysfunction.
Why not ask the director to take note of the code and open the door?
He isn't allowed to, and I doubt that he would run the risk of going against the orders of the administration centre. Anyway, the bars in the high security section are joined to the alarm system, which is in that room. We only need to sound it to unblock, but you see, we can't do that now.
We'll try to find the duty list, Warden James.
We have found Chief Warden James's duty list.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Let's see. O'Sullivan, it's you who takes over from Mackenzie. Take note of the code, please, and unblock the door.
At once, Chief. Ah, Mr. Holmes, could I ask you for a favour?
Please do.
I think I can say on behalf of all the staff that we would be honoured if you would care to write something in our guest book.
With pleasure, O'Sullivan. You seem worn out, O'Sullivan. A good night's sleep would do you good.
A good night's sleep would do me good. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Is something worrying you?
As you know, Westgate Prison will soon be demolished, and I'm spending most of my nights studying for my exam to join the police. You understand, I have to think about my future, so sleep isn't a priority at the moment.
Scotland Yard is always looking for young, competent and motivated men. Would a letter of recommendation from me allow you to get some sleep?
What? A letter from Mr. Sherlock Holmes recommending me for Scotland Yard? Are you quite serious?
Completely serious, my young friend. May I use this writing paper? The one on your desk.
1,000 thanks, Mr. Holmes. 1,000 thanks.
It is addressed to Inspector Baines, a good friend of mine. There's no need to remind you that it must be opened only by the person to whom it is addressed.
Yes, of course. I'll give it to him personally. Thank you again, Mr. Holmes. At
You're
your
welcome. Okay, now continue. We also save. It's been a little bit. So I get the feeling we're probably close to being done here.
Well,
What do you need?
very... What?
That's all.
But listen,
Where is it?
it was confident. See. Well,
Somehow
You
I feel
have
like
what
he's
you
going to
wanted.
maybe use
Your
the ink
precious
to make
pen.
another.
you seem
Oh,
annoyed,
sorry, sorry.
Mr. Holmes. I would even go so far as to say terribly worried.
Why should you care, Mr. Shielman? Let's talk about that poison.
I am not talking about you in the grip of natural emotions found in ordinary people who are confronted by the inexplicable. But as for Mr. Holmes, you are embarrassed, aren't you? Are you hiding something?
That is enough, Shielman.
You have kept your word. Therefore, I will keep mine. At this moment, the poison which so interests you isn't finished yet. Its maker is encountering great difficulties in attaining the desired results.
What is the end result?
Now, Mr. Holmes, the end result of any science, as Descartes once said, to become the master and owner of nature. Here we are talking about human nature, of course. And the creator's problem isn't so much the mixture as the durability of his creation.
What do you mean?
You see, this poison was made using rare but very volatile short-living compounds, which means that it is only possible to produce small quantities, which most importantly do not keep for a long time. Conceiving such a product in a laboratory especially built for the purpose could be achieved by any good chemist. But recopying this alchemy on another scale and keeping it ready at any moment, observing the particular conservation and storing conditions that a substance of this type requires, well, that would need a genius. I doubt if the creator of this mixture would be capable.
And you would be, of course.
Of course.
Luckily, you are going to spend the rest of your life in prison.
Luck is cyclical. It always comes around again, sooner or later. As far as I am concerned, I have the feeling that the cycle is going to be very short.
Holmes, it sounds to me as though this Shielman is implying that an escape attempt will be made.
Yes, we must go and warn the director.
I concur.
At your service.
See you soon.
It is out of the question that your bastard is named Patterson. Very well. You refuse to reveal the father to me? Well, then go and join him. I'm not stopping you.
I can't.
Director, you will have to postpone this small family reunion. We believe that a serious scheme is afoot. We must act without delay.
You're not thinking of...
Yes. Shielman's words leave no room for doubt. It seems that he is planning an escape attempt. We strongly advise you to search his cell.
Do you really believe that he's hiding something? Because I must make an official report and have a legitimate reason for doing a search.
Director, if this prison is still in operation, it is solely because of its reputation. Think of the consequences of an escape. It would be closed at once. And what post do you imagine would be offered to the person deemed responsible?
You're right. No one will escape from Westgate under Patterson. I will order an immediate search of Mr. Shielman's cell.
Chief Warden James reporting. The search of prisoner Hans Shielman's cell has been carried out. No suspicious items were found.
Thank you, Chief James. I feel better now. Without wishing to offend you, Mr. Holmes, I am glad that you were mistaken.
If I'm not mistaken, we've nothing more to do here. Shall we go, Holmes?
There's just one more thing for me to see, Watson.
What's that?
Mr. Holmes, sorry to interrupt you, but Miss Jenny wishes to see you alone. She's waiting for you in her office.
This, Watson.
How did you know?
Wait for me in the guard's room. I won't be long.
What an extraordinary gentleman that Sherlock Holmes is. You must have had lots of adventures with him.
Oh, yes, dozens.
Thought he was infallible, but there wasn't anything out of the way in the rat killer's cell. Could he have been mistaken?
I must admit...
Warden Brighton, in my office immediately. That's an order.
The director seems furious.
Yes, it must be important for him to order Brighton to leave his post.
I wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
Did you hear that?
Yes, that's not normal. I've never heard Flint shout like that.
But why doesn't O'Sullivan sound the alarm?
Follow me, Mackenzie. Let's go and have a look.
I'll come with you.
No, Dr. Watson, you're not allowed in. Wait for me here.
Very well.
Hey, but the grill is blocked, Chief.
We've been locked in. And that smoke, it's coming from below. O'Sullivan, can you hear us?
Sully, are you alive? Answer us, Sully.
What's going on? Can I help you?
Sound the alarm in the guard's room. That should unblock the door. Be quick. O'Sullivan might be in danger.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't. There is nothing in... There is... I must... The door is locked, and I can hear shouting and crying.
So the guard's room. Pretty sure I'm in the guard's room, aren't I? Maybe talking about the cloakroom?
There is... I must...
No, not the cloakroom.
I must...
Not there.
There is... There is... There is no... There is... There is no... I'm... The door is... There is... There is... There is...
I don't know why it keeps giving me the little noise thing.
The guard... It does... It does... It does... It doesn't... It doesn't... Locked. The guard... Locked. O'Sullivan, can you hear me? O'Sullivan, answer me.
Yes, I'm here. Quick, get me out of here. The Flints have escaped, and they are fighting like dogs. Help!
It's a catastrophe.
That sounds like, not O'Sullivan.
Hey, what are you waiting for to sound the alarm, Doctor?
It's impossible. It's been damaged. I'll run and warn the director.
No, Doctor, our priority is to save O'Sullivan. Go ahead through the visitors' corridor and see if he answers your call.
Very well.
Take the keys, they're in our room.
Locked. It doesn't.
Useless. This door is blocked by the timer, but not the one below. Give me the keys, quickly! I've got the keys, Doctor. Thank you.
Follow me, Watson. We must repair the alarm.
Finally, there you are, Holmes.
I'm going to turn on the system. Watson, you make sure of the contact.
I hope that this isn't dangerous. It works.
Perfect.
It's open. Let's go down.
Be careful. From what your colleague said, the flints are out.
We are trained for this sort of situation. And we're armed.
Come and help us, Watson.
Everything is back to normal. Thank you for your help, gentlemen.
It was a pleasure.
But where is O'Sullivan?
He's no longer here. He must have gone out through the visitor's entrance.
Yes, and he must be pleased to have gotten out of the basement.
Good. We must now check all the cells. It's the procedure in case of an alarm.
We'll come and help you.
You are evidently fond of wasting time, my dear fellow. Rejoin me at the reception when you've finished.
The grate is open. This is alarming. He's fine where he is, under the cover, still.
How can he sleep with all this noise?
I'll admit it's not normal. Perhaps the smoke has poisoned him. I had better take a look.
Be careful, Doctor. He is dangerous.
O'Sullivan!
It's impossible. He was with us only a few moments ago. Or else...
Or else it wasn't O'Sullivan.
My God, he's escaped! The rat killer has escaped!
Ah, Holmes, there you are. Hans has escaped. I fear that this inquiry is a bitter defeat for us.
Not at all, my dear fellow. Quite the contrary. Follow me.
Why the devil have you brought me behind the prison?
We have an appointment, Watson. Look who is waiting for us.
Shielman! I'll go back and alert the guards.
Calm down. He's harmless.
But what is he doing here? Why hasn't he run away?
Because I asked him not to.
Are you telling me that you helped him to escape?
Quite so, as he wouldn't have been able to do so alone.
But how? And why? He's a dangerous madman. Holmes, you've made me an accomplice in this escape. You owe me some explanation.
And you will have them. But my priority for the moment is to remove our new friend to a safe place. I won't be long, but I must go alone. I'll rejoin you later. Just give me your next destination.
Very well. I suppose you know what you're doing.
How could you doubt it? Here, take the notes. They will help you when you write up the account of our visit to Westgate. So, where do I find you?
Let's go to... Yeah, we'll just go to Kensington.
I thought of going to Kensington to find the bishop's nephew.
Very well. Wait for me there.
I was gonna say, he seems a little bit docile.
We have arrived.
The bishop's nephew lives here?
Yes, he rents a ground floor room.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
How do you do, madam? We should like to see one of your lodgers, Henry Hampford.
Well, he's away. And you must understand, I don't open my door to strangers, especially with all these prowlers about.
That is the reason for our visit.
You're the police?
No, Henry is a friend of ours. He expressed his concern to us about these intruders. We're here at his request.
I'm not surprised. Mr. Henry, while he might seem strange at first, is a thoughtful and kind man. He must have noticed how worried I've been. Why, just this morning some of my washing was stolen, and I'm sure it was those ones who took it.
It seems like the best place to start our investigation. May we step into your garden and then perhaps look into our friend's room?
I don't see anything wrong with your looking over the garden, but his room... You understand, he didn't warn me.
I understand.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Let's have a look in the garden.
You can do that first.
Without a doubt, it is the linen belonging to Henry's landlady. Indeed, there appears to be some linen missing.
Yep, and I just casually took a clothespin.
There should be a spade here. A small pickaxe.
That's not a pickaxe, but okay. I know this was made a long time ago, and I know that they're also not native English speakers. At Frogware. Well, at least I assume that they're not, given that they are from Ukraine. But he said this is a pickaxe. It's labeled as a spade. It's not either of them. It's a hoe for, well, plowing soil.
A rake. Why take it, Holmes?
Because I am Sherlock Holmes, master thief. I stole all those pearls, so I have to steal everything else.
Tins of food tied to one another. The wire seems long enough. They look to me as though they're rudimentary traps used to indicate the presence of intruders.
Oh,
Very
what a jump!
rudimentary. Is that a bag of potatoes?
There is something interesting here. Good, we can pass. It is just as I thought. Here's an ideal view of Henry's room.
That confirms that the young man was being watched.
Interesting.
The remains of a small meal. Someone has stayed here rather a long time.
Newspaper?
This newspaper is 4 days old. The bishop's nephew was being watched long before his uncle's murder.
What do you think?
Nothing of interest here. To let. Closed.
Yep, that would make sense, Mr. Holmes. There we go.
This window overlooks the room belonging to the nephew of the Bishop of Knightsbridge.
I was kind of thinking there must be something to do out here with both the hoe and the rake, but it doesn't really appear to
Nothing
be.
of interest.
So okay. Ooh.
Closed. Nothing of interest. No, it is. No. There should be a. There should be a. There should be a.
What do you think?
He thinks there's something we're missing, but I can't seem to find it. That.
Without a doubt, it is.
Wait a second. Can I use these to get in? Somehow?
Closed. Closed. Closed.
This window.
Can I break open the window with a rock? Nope. Okay, so that's telling me that the door is there.
Closed. No. to let.
I feel like there's got to be something over in this area, otherwise it seems like there's not much point.
Nothing of it. The remains of a small... tins of... tins... tin... the wires... the wire... closed. There should be a... There should be a... There should be...
What should we do?
I don't know, Watson. I'm trying to figure it out.
No. 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 No.
There's not some, like, control that I'm missing, right? Inventory, back, action, first, second person. Okay. Yeah, help and instructions is left trigger.
Without a doubt, without a...
I feel like, so the spade is missing. I feel like that means there should be something somewhere that's buried that I need to dig up. I mean, this stuff was triggered or thrown around here.
Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest.
Shaders back there being weird. Do you feel like there should be something maybe here?
Nothing of interest. No.
It's unnecessary, but... So, I mean... ground floor room.
This window.
What should we do now?
This window overlooks the room. This window overlooks...
There should be a... There should be a... Tins of food. Tins of... The wire seems long enough. The wire...
Long enough for what? My question. Maybe that? I feel like I'm just going around in circles here. Am I missing something somewhere that's really obvious? Okay, so it's telling me that the door is there. Not seeing anything else.
to let. Closed. Closed.
Once again, I feel like this is maybe the spade or something.
No. Nothing of interest.
Okay, I'm thinking that maybe something is bugged. I could try restarting, but I don't know.
Closed. There remain. Nothing of it. It is just as I thought. Here's an ideal view of Henry's room. Closed.
See, I have no idea what in the world that little ding is, and I'm also just not... Like, is there maybe supposed to be something hiding in one of these planters? Somehow I kind of doubt it.
This window overlooks the...
Yes, I know it does.
This win. This win. This. This. This win. This.
Okay, so the items do nothing.
There should be a. There should. There should. There should. There should. There should. There should be a. There should. There should. There should. There should. Closed. Closed.
See, I feel like there should be more of something around here. It's like, there's things here that have been taken, which leads you kind of over here to this stuff, which is all well and good, which would lead you to think, okay, maybe somebody used these crates to get out. But apparently there's no clues there. Nothing to do with the watering can. In here. There's the door. So then there was the person who was sneaking over here. They were eating. There was the newspaper, which... food crisis thing. There's nothing new here. Yeah, the person was over here spying. Can't do anything to get into anything around here. Like, I mean, there could be something in this area.
Nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
There's these broken crates. There's hardly anything right around here. Trees, there's this thing that somebody could do something, I don't know.
To let. To let.
Okay, I'm going to real quickly because this is being such a pain right now and I'm kind of stuck. I'm gonna see what my good old handy Surface can tell me, because I can't really alt tab out of this game, unfortunately. Estimate. Sherlock. Holmes. Zing. Okay. Picked up the clothes pegs, opened the shed. There's shovels missing. Take the rake. Garden. Notice the, yeah. Your tins. Tins. Go to the area where there's the intruder thing. Spot the hole. Passage, fence. Barrel. Small meal. Break on a tree? Interesting. Okay. Just go over here.
What do you think?
Oh. There we go. I tried
This
looking
clothing
up,
is
I just
torn.
didn't see
The man
it.
who stole it must have caught it on a tree when he stood upon the fence.
Okay.
And at the moment when he jumped, he left this jacket in the tree.
So that was my bad. But still, that's...
Is this the washing you were looking for?
Oh, yes, that's it. Where did you find it?
On the ground, doubtless blown there by the wind.
They didn't steal it then. I'd have felt better knowing that those lurkers were nothing more than clothes thieves.
That is not the case, madam. This affair seems to be rather more serious than that. It appears that these intruders were spying on Henry. Now, please, let us see his room.
Gracious me, whatever next? Come in. Take the first door on the left. It's open. He never locks it.
Never?
No, never. Well, you know him. He doesn't do things like everyone else. He lives in a world of his own.
When did you see him last? Did he say anything to you?
Yesterday morning, he just muttered a few words. I can't always understand what he's saying. When he does talk, that is. I can ask him a question, but he just stares off somewhere. The floor, the ceiling, as if I wasn't there. At first I found it strange, but I've gotten used to it.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. He's sometimes nervous too, isn't he?
Oh, yes. As soon as anything upsets him. Even when he's alone in his room, he gets cross. And then the next second he is standing stock still. He stares off into space and calms down again as fast as he became angry.
So that was just me being slightly less observant / the... having to be in kind of a particular area to... Because I felt like I walked around everywhere and I looked up fairly frequently. It was just kind of that specific angle, so... It's kind of... very specific and kind of my fault, too. You should lock your door at night.
He got his scarf out, but he forgot to take it.
Interesting.
Someone emptied a bag here. There is something interesting here.
Chips.
There is something interesting here. There is something. There is something. There is. There is. There is. Box. Let's see.
Okay. Hmm.
He scratched the lock's cipher codes for himself. Watson, write them down for us.
There's cipher codes. This is...
It is noted.
Another one.
It is noted. I have noted down everything.
This lock is very complex. The young Henry is remarkably intelligent.
Mm-hmm. Cipher, huh? Don't really... One, two, three, five? No, that doesn't do anything. Maybe 1, 4. I feel like this is a patterns thing. It's like 4 plus 1 is 5. And the second one doesn't need.
A violin. It is a lovely one, but where's its case? It is an impressive library for someone living alone.
And he's read all that. Impressive.
I mean, I've got 2.5 bookcases, technically 3 full bookcases, full.
What is this strange installation?
It's like a...
This candle is still hot. It's been used recently.
During the day? Whatever for?
This rubbish bin was emptied, and then someone threw a torn piece of paper in it, and judging by the smell, there was also an onion.
Onion?
Let us put these torn pieces of paper on the table. No hat, no coat.
Okay, there we go. Got those 3, I'm pretty sure. Fortunately, the streaks and the lines make sense. There we go, that makes sense. Okay, that lines up. I just realized that I should have realized that a little bit ago. The edges all match up. So certain things that will match each other. Easiest one's going to be this one piece with like a little bump out on the side that's kind of squarish, like this. Zaw. Okay. No. 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 I do like how it tells you can skip the puzzles, which would be a nice touch, but I'm not super inclined to skip puzzles. Puzzles are fun. Now the other portion that I was struggling with a lot, that was just kind of me having trouble because dumb and not paying the most attention, which happens and just does sometimes. Okay, starting to get the shape of things.
Both sides of the paper are blank. All this for nothing, Holmes.
Perhaps not, Watson. This candle is...
During the day...
Matchbox.
What is this strange
Maybe it's something to hang
What
the paper
is this?
from. No.
What is... What is... What is... What is...
Okay, so there is the box. This is the only thing. There's something else around here. Is that it? Okay, so the cipher. Is it maybe something like... One, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two, 1, 2, 3, 5. That's all right. 1, 2. 3, 1, 2, 3, 5. I kind of doubt this is what it is, but who knows? We'll see. 2, 5. Could skip this one. 2, 5, 6. 2, 3. 3, 2. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16. 2, 3, 5, 6. Wait a second. Okay, so I may see a pattern of some kind. So there is this space in them. What does the space mean? Because the space is in a different place each time. It kind of seems like it's how it goes for the pattern. So like in the second one, you... Oh. So like 4 to 1, subtract 3. Add 4 to get 5. Subtract 3 from 5, you get 2. Add 4 to 2, you get 6. Subtract 3 from 6, and you get 3. But when you add 3, or add 4 to that, you should get 7. Let's see. 3 and 2. I mean, the third one, it seems like you subtract 3, subtract 2, subtract 1, subtract 3, subtract 2, subtract 1, subtract 3, and subtract 2. So you should get 4 on this one, I think. Four, you go 10, 8, 6. Three, 7, 11. They're 4s. This one should be 3, I think. Because it's subtract 2, then add 4, then add 1, I guess. Okay, so first row, subtract 3, add 2. Second row is subtract 3, add 4. Second row is add 4, subtract 3. Subtract 3, add 4. Add 4, subtract 3. This one 6. This one 7. 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 plus 1 is 3. 3 plus 2. 8.
Empty. But according to the label, This box
Not
contained
quite
a
sure
coat
what was with that last one.
It is a powerful weapon, Holmes. And judging by the receipt, it was new.
Okay. So that one was kind of a pattern recognition thing. That was kind of my bad.
Empty.
It is a...
Yes, yes.
What
I know
is
that
this?
I know there's this thing.
I need something.
Yes, I know. There we go. Okay. Okay, so it's Stinging Street Wharf. One south.
The address of a dock on the Thames.
There we go. Okay. The controls are slight bit clunky sometimes. Because I thought I was getting those in order, but not quite.
My dear Watson, in the garden and in this room, pieces are missing that should never have left their places. What do you think? That's not right. Start again. Quick, Watson, there's not a moment to lose. Go and thank that charming lady while I try to recapture our new friend.
Recapture? What makes you think that he has run away?
I believe that our man suffers from behavioral problems. You must have seen or heard about those poor fellows who spend their time counting the gravel stones in the garden or moving objects from one place to another hundreds of times in one day. Well, the bishop's nephew suffers from a moderate form of this condition. Nothing would be more
OCD?
disturbing to him than to leave a personal space in such chaos, and yet this is what he has done with this room. For it to reach such a state of neglect can only indicate that he was in a most desperate situation.
And do you think that you can catch him?
Yes, the candle here is still warm, so he left only a few minutes before our arrival. But it is the missing violin case and the large pistol which concern me. We know that he is quick-tempered and volatile. It is never wise to leave a gun quite capable of killing a bull in the hands of someone like that.
Did he leave to go to the address which was written in the invisible ink, do you think?
Undoubtedly, Watson. And as for the missing spade, I can tell you that it will be used for digging. Are you ever going to stop delaying me with endless questions?
So, gentlemen, have you found anything?
We have learned enough to promise you that they will not return.
That makes me feel better. Thank you, gentlemen.
We are going to pay a visit to that mysterious address, Watson. But first, we must detour to Lambeth.
Lambeth? What are we going to do there?
Pick up an old friend. He will be a precious help in our locating Mr. Hampford.
Good. And who is this friend?
A friend who helped us in the case you so romantically titled The Sign of the Four.
I don't recall that one off the top of my head. And this time I don't even have a choice as to where to go. Right, the good old doggo.
Here we are at the
Oh,
address
no.
that the nephew took such care to hide.
I wonder what it is that links this place with the bishop's murder.
The reason for the quarrel between the young man and his uncle is somewhere here in this industrial area. And that is what he has come to look for this evening.
It's an enormous area, and there are dozens of potential hiding places. How on earth are we going to find him?
The old dog Toby is the best sleuth hound in town. If the extraordinary Mr. Hampford is here, Toby will find him without any doubt.
But I've rarely seen such an old dog. Do you really trust his sense of smell, Holmes?
Absolutely. Besides, you are going to follow him. Take the bark and go around that disused factory. If the nephew wishes to run away, he can do so only through there. If you find him, hold on to him until I rejoin you.
Very well.
Get ready, Watson. Let the battle commence. Toby's sense of smell is legendary, but he needs to know what he is looking for.
Scarf.
Search, Toby. Search. There's a good dog.
Yes, I get to control the doggo. Like how it showed human dog.
Toby, you have found his
human
trail.
nose instead of dog nose. We are playing as a dog.
Nothing of interest here. I don't think he came here for a drink.
You sure?
Our man came this way. Nothing of interest here. He wasn't able to get past here. He was wounded. Nothing of it.
That looks like either rust or blood.
Our man came this way.
Apparently went that way when that was down.
Grease. Closed.
Why didn't it go down? Figured that's what we need the grease for. That's not how dogs turn, but it's okay. This old dog got hops. It's a really convoluted path. I don't see why he couldn't have... If he can jump from this one to the... If he can jump from... I guess he did have to go over here. Okay, so maybe not super convoluted, but... At least we're a smart doggo. Down we go.
Good dog, Toby.
Mm-hmm.
He left by this door. Locked from the inside. Locked from...
Go, Toby!
Well done, Toby. You are a true detective. The door is locked, but we can force it. The door is... Some ice picks are missing. He took the gaff here and cut a piece of fire hose. Our man must be on the other side of the gate.
Oh, must be.
It would be better not to go down there.
Would it now? Probably right. Lift me across. Aha, I made it. Yeah, I don't know if that would really work. Okay. That doesn't look like the most stable of things.
Locked from the inside.
Why did we have to walk all the way back here for you to say that?
Carriage tracks. Carriage tracks.
Yep.
Toby, don't jump. Let us find another way in.
Yeah, Toby, you're an old enough boy. It's probably not a good idea for you to jump that far. Probably involves some breaking of some legs. Can we grab this rope now? No? Well, it's my first time playing it. Although you can definitely feel the age of it a bit.
Toby, don't jump. Let us find another way in.
Although most of the other ones, they have done a remake or a remaster of. Oh, there we go.
Search, Toby. Search. There's a good dog.
This is the only one of the Sherlock Holmes Frogware games that I haven't played, so... Doing the most clunky one last, I guess. Save. Been a while. I mean, that's fair. So far, we have...
I can go down.
A bishop that was killed after being poisoned. And we're following his nephew at the moment. Trying to find him. We helped free a mad chemist from a mad poisoner from prison. And followed the bishop's nephew to his apartment, and now to here. Huh, this is, weird. So yeah, I don't... That's about as far as I'm at right now. Currently have no idea where I'm going, I'm just kind of following things around. There we go. A cat! Yeah.
Aren't you too old for this, Toby?
What is interesting is when I started it, or before I started it, I realized that in Steam there's a manual, so I went and took a very brief glimpse at the manual, and the control scheme shows for both PC and Xbox 360, which would explain why there's been no crashes, because it was made for both. So I guess it was made late enough that you didn't have to worry about that. Are you the guy I'm needing to find? Probably, because you're the only other NPC that I've run into around here. Find a way down, and hey, what do you know, stairs. Not that way.
Safe here. Safe.
Yeah, the 360 was what the original controllers showed for.
Don't be afraid.
But
keep calm.
it's you. Stay away.
I want to talk to you. Don't be hysterical. Drop your gun.
I don't trust you. You're out to get me. Don't come any closer.
Ooh.
The poor man. What a dreadful end.
He has definitely gone.
But why was he afraid of you? He was terrified when he saw you.
He must have mistaken me for someone else. Let's go. We have nothing more to do here.
We have been running around all night, Holmes, and I've had enough. And that poor young man. Let's find a police station and...
There's no question of calling the police, is that understood? Instead, let us see how we might continue our investigation.
Very well, Holmes.
Whitechapel, the only place I haven't gone to yet. But yeah, I played the other ones, and the one before this, the remake of it at least.
Here we are in the heart of
Whitechapel.
Whitechapel.
The past like couple of years.
Keep an eye on your wallet, Holmes. This area is the highest for pickpockets in all of the kingdom.
Don't worry about my wallet, Watson. It would be easier to move Big Ben than to steal from me.
Or to borrow a shilling from you.
Amusing, Watson. Really very amusing. Can we move on to more serious matters?
I'm listening, Holmes.
Yeah, so it just so happens, because I forgot about it, that it's my last one.
Whitechapel Street. We are in one of the main areas in the district.
Okay, if I remember right, we're looking for a place that's near a cemetery. Still don't know why this menu is not available. Right. Oh, right, it should be in deductions. Not there. Okay. I just remember, thanks for following, that I should need to go to a place that's near a cemetery. Should be a clinic or dispensary, I think as they called it. I don't remember what the number was, but...
Burner Street. This sign would appear to be that...
Not fit for honest folks. Right, maybe it was the scalp. WCCH. Public Dispensary 466 Whitechapel Street Cemetery.
Here's the public dispensary that we're looking for.
Okay. Okay, so that must be a cemetery over there. Something. So it's like a church-like building. Hello, good sir. Hey, that's the
Good
same
day.
pen I gave
Please
to the...
excuse us. Oh, Grant. Is it
poison
you?
guy.
Yes, but wait a moment. Watson, it's been years. Since the Faculty of Medicine, if my memory serves me right.
Yes, we were young and ambitious. I didn't expect to find you here. I thought you had gone to America.
No. I find that I prefer the filth here, amputating gangrenous legs.
Sounds pleasant.
I'm joking, Watson. Unfortunately, I was unable to leave for Washington. I had to give up surgery. So instead, I crouched down in this rat hole, rubbing shoulders with the world's misery.
Grant, treating those in need is a noble calling. You underestimate the importance of your work.
If you say so. It's true that in the beginning I felt as you do, but as time goes by, the more this cursed area seems like hell. You think that nothing can get worse, and the next day you see that it can. Now famine has hit these poor wretches.
One can't always do as one might prefer when one is a doctor.
Grant, I'd like to introduce you to Sherlock Holmes.
Pleased to meet you. Well, no one comes here by chance, therefore I imagine that you need something in particular. How can I help you?
Dr. Grant, we are in possession of a scalpel which was found in an unusual location. Does it come from your dispensary, as we believe?
From its mark, I'd say it was stolen from us. A lot of things disappear from here, you understand. Life is hard in Whitechapel. When the staff find a way of adding to their salary, they rarely hesitate to do so.
Thank you, Doctor. Farewell, Doctor.
See you soon, perhaps. And take care of yourself.
I suggest that we go to the cemetery next to the public...
I concur, but...
This stove is hardly working. That would explain the damp around here.
Incredible. My colleague could at least keep a good fire going for his patients.
Like all the sick lying here, this person is very quiet.
Not surprising, Holmes, this person is too weak. She's obviously suffering from malnutrition, and for more than a few weeks now.
Heck, there's like something... Yeah, they're all pretty good. Because at this point I've played all the ones that are available on PC. The Devil's Daughter was good. I would highly recommend Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1. It's their second foray into an open world style game. The first one I found out is called The Sinking City, which is more of a Lovecraftian horror. Also made by Frogware Games, but not Sherlock Holmes. And then after Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, there's another one that's Lovecraftian that is Sherlock Holmes. I think it's called Sherlock Holmes Awakening. Maybe I already said that. And it's pretty good. But the Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, which is the most recent Sherlock Holmes kind of main game, because the Awakening was a short one. Yeah, the Sinking City's good. It's their first open world, so there's a lot of copy paste. Most of the buildings have similar interiors with just slightly rearranged stuff. A lot of the NPCs are all the same, but it's still a good game. I liked it. It kind of has a nice Lovecraftian atmosphere. And one of the people that I was talking with in chat when I was playing it said that they did a fairly good job of covering some of the Lovecraftian lore, if I remember correctly. So, yeah. I enjoyed
like
it.
all the sick lying here, this
not surprising.
But if you aren't keen on playing all of them, there's like 6 or 7, I think. Most of them have been remastered at this point.
Like all the sick,
then definitely Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, as it is kind of newest, most second newest, most robust, I think. So, yeah. Definitely one I highly recommend if you like this style of game.
I'm stuck.
Didn't realize you could talk to so many people.
Whitechapel Street. We are in one of the main areas in the district.
Buy my flowers, my lord, for your dear departed.
You know, I can just walk right into the graveyard.
This cemetery is the very image of Whitechapel. Sinister, frightening, and ill-kept. What a terrible place for one's final rest.
At least hunger no longer gnaws at them.
Which is true. It's a leaflet. With the generosity of Prince Woodville, a new distribution of soup is being arranged within the Whitechapel area. This voucher is valid for a meal on 19th September in any distribution area. Kurtz, don't forget to pick up tools at the cemetery. Don't be late this time, Great Ape.
A leaflet for the soup kitchen. This leaflet is dated for the day after tomorrow. The tickets for the soup kitchen are given out on the same day. Only somebody who works there could have written on it. This shovel belongs to the cemetery workers. Let us see if the elements analyzed in Baker Street and this cemetery have something in common. This rope is only worn on one side. This rope is only worn on one side. The rope used to tie up the Bishop of Knightsbridge came from this cemetery. It is only worn on the one side because it is used to lower coffins into graves. Impossible to open it.
Must needs a key of some sort. Also, I don't know if you could say conclusively, because a rope that's worn on one side, if it's used to lower graves, I don't know how you would have that happen, because typically you would pick up the rope differently each time, and you wouldn't always pick it up the exact same way or replace it the exact same way. But I don't know, I'm no expert on older cemetery graveyard stuff.
Let us see if the elements analyzed in Baker Street and this cemetery have something in common. Granite. These stones are of the same granite. These stone. Black paint. These stone. The same black paint covers these stones. This black painted stone is identical to the fragments found in the rope which we analyzed at Baker Street and in the footprints of the Bishop of Knightsbridge's murderers.
Now you could say, since I've been re-listening to forensic files, that they are consistent with each other, so you couldn't rule out that there is potential for it to have been done.
This must be the gravedigger's cabin.
Well, judging by the state of this place, they don't work very often.
Grave.
Let us see if the elements analyzed in Baker Street and this cemetery have something in common. Black and damp earth. Earth freshly turned over, still damp. This dark, damp earth is the same type as that which was found at the Bishop of Knightsbridge's home.
It came from a grave, then. What a lovely thought.
Everything coincides, Watson. The fragments of granite at the bishop's home came from the tombstones of this cemetery.
As well as the rope that was used to restrain the poor man. One of those used to lower the coffins.
I can think of only two reasons why anyone should happen to spend a great deal of time in a cemetery. Either he is at rest here, or he works here. At least one of the bishop's murderers is employed here.
A shame. If he was at rest here, it would have made our job easier.
Why? Because we just dig him up? Or because he wouldn't be causing any issues anymore? Also, why are we over here again, Watson?
Impossible to open it.
Let's look for a mobile soup kitchen, Holmes.
Or perhaps we could go inside.
Closed.
Even here, decidedly the poor people have been abandoned to their fate.
Okay, mobile soup kitchen it is then.
A circulating soup kitchen.
Holmes, the man from the soup kitchen isn't only in voluntary service. Look.
A money game.
Oi, oi! We're giving out free soup after Mass, right here.
Don't hesitate. Come get yours. All thanks to Prince Woodville's kind generosity. A ticket for a hot bowl of bacon soup.
Excuse me, my good fellow.
You don't look like the needy. We're not here for the soup, we're merely passing through. But I would like to commend you for your good charity.
It's the Prince of Woodville who's the charitable one. All I'm doing is filling the bowls. For the first time ever in this area, someone's thinking of the poor people here. Look around you. At every street corner, you'll find someone giving out soup just like me. I grew up here, and I can promise you, it's the first time the toffs have thought about us.
And no one tries to take advantage of this?
No, mister, that's not possible. You have to exchange a ticket against a bowl. The tickets have the day's date on them and are handed out after Mass. That way no one can cheat. A bowl of good bacon soup.
We're looking for two people called Grape Ape and Kurtz. Do you know them?
Can't you see I'm giving out soup? You again. You can't have any soup, you're too rich. It's for the poor, not the toffs.
And what would you say to relieving two toffs of their wallets by giving them a chance at dice?
With great pleasure. What do you want to bet?
Your ring against my friend's superb silver watch.
Holmes! I inherited this watch from my brother. It has a great sentimental value.
Watson, show your watch to our friend here.
Done! Make yourselves at home. All right, mister. First who gets 36 points wins.
Okay. We'll go in store 9. It's a lot of ones. Exactly. Seriously, game. There, I'll store that. 20 is a pretty good lead. Or 14 points, I guess. I'll store 10. That leaves me with only 6 needed. Plus there hasn't been a bad roll in a little bit.
Perfect.
I win.
Aren't you gonna leave me alone? Can't you see I'm busy?
We win.
Hey, not so fast. We'll play again.
Out of the question. You have lost. You owe me your ring.
Oh, it means a lot to me, this ring. Me dad gave it me before he died. He choked on his own glass eye. Me mum didn't get over the shock of it, and she killed herself by smashing her head open with her wooden leg. And she'd only just heard that me sister, who's a prostitute, had caught an embarrassing disease that made all her hair fall out. And worse, our dog got run over when he...
As this ring holds such sentimental value for you, I will allow you to keep it. What would you say to exchanging that against some information about Grape Ape? That seems like a fair deal, don't you think?
Yeah. Grape Ape works with us. He usually deals with the tickets, but we haven't seen him for a few days.
Where is he usually to be found?
For a few days.
Well, last time I saw him, he was with his mates from the dispensary, them that deal with the morgue. Now, that's all I know.
It is quite good enough. Keep your ring, my good man, as a souvenir of your poor father.
A souvenir of me dad, me mum, me sister, and me dog.
One further thing. You said that Grape Ape's friends work at the morgue. Which morgue?
The morgue at the dispensary. I must say, they got a funny job. They wash the dead, dress them, cut their hair. They clean the blood off the floor, chase the rats, stamp on the cockroaches. Mister, I can tell you, I prefer giving out soup.
There isn't a certain Kurtz amongst the employees?
Listen, we didn't play for info about the whole city. I'm not telling you anything else.
The dispensary has got its own morgue. Interesting.
Well, yeah, I've just told you so. It's the one that all the undertakers prefer. Think about it. It's just next to the cemetery.
Thank you, my good man. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye, mister.
I wonder. Can we play again?
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Aw. No fun. Okay, so this is the dispensary. Right across from the cemetery. There should be...
Whitechapel Street.
Morgue nearby? I mean, it said the clinic has its own morgue. Maybe it is this clinic? This dispensary, I mean, not a clinic.
How can I help you?
Tell me, Doctor, do you have a morgue in your dispensary?
Yes, it is the busiest place in the building.
We would like to see it.
The door at the far end. The one with the unpleasant smell.
Very good. Farewell, Doctor.
See you soon, perhaps. And take care of yourself.
Look, Holmes. A list of the recently dead. How sad.
I see names that have something in common.
Let's see. Malnutrition, malnutrition, malnutrition. Suicide by poisoning. Sure. Knife wounds. Malnutrition. Exhaustion.
I understand now why my colleague keeps quiet about his morgue. This place is a real mess.
Concentrate, Watson. We must look for clues about Grape Ape's friends.
Look at the state of the instruments. They've probably never been cleaned.
This is Kurtz's overall, so he really does work at the morgue. Strange that he left his overall here.
Holmes, this is Kurtz. We've just found one of the Bishop of Nicebridge's murderers.
I need some... Perfect.
Snip, snip. Oh.
2 keys.
Sewn into a patch? So a map sewn into there?
A small metal stem.
Well, well, this Kurtz was carrying a lot of things.
Yep, and I was just randomly doing the snipping because I thought it was funny how it actually animated that.
We must find the place indicated with the cross on the map we found in the morgue.
Okay. Cemetery. We can go there to stuff. It's like...
Perfect. There is a hole. It's open. Here, this hut is on the map. Let us search it from top to bottom, Watson.
Oh, what a jumble.
Oh, hey, look, an axe. Hatchet, really. Note to all employees. Fell the lover's tree to make place for another grave. If the famine doesn't end, we can expect a lot of customers. Chief P. Long.
How is it that there is no room in this cemetery?
It's not big enough.
Impossible to open it.
Bags filled with nails. There are a lot of them. Well, really.
I can see a large crack. I'll need something thin. A hole was drilled a short while ago. There is a sack inside this hole. Let us see what is inside it.
Valuable objects. But what are they doing here? Valuable.
They're probably being stolen. Note from the cemetery minutes. I wanted to do what you told me to do, but it didn't all fit in, so I've closed the chest and have hidden the rest with Romeo and Juliet, the two newcomers.
We are making headway. How do we know what this means?
This message confirms that we are on the right track.
Bags filled with...
Oh, there we go.
Look, this chest has been nailed to the floor.
It
This
probably should
box
have
has
been the
been
first one.
placed so that no one can move or open it. Look.
Let's find the lover's tree home.
Here is our tree. Let us examine the inscriptions. Sally and John. This design was the last to be done. Sally and John is engraved here as a symbol of their love. Here is our tree. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of it. Yes, it must be there.
I didn't realize that the signs were on there. Okay.
I need something. I need...
Okay. I go and pick up the shovel then. Give.
This shovel belongs to the cemetery.
You frightened.
I need some. This must be the grave. Dig quickly, Watson.
Very well, Holmes. Look, a metal box.
The lock on this box is rather sophisticated.
This box comes from a bank. The criminals must have held on to it after a hold-up.
Oh. Okay, let's reset this. So, Well, crap. Oh. I'm dumb. I did not realize that there was a number right down there at the bottom. Okay, so I need... Okay, 7, 8, 2, 3. So... So 7, 8, 2, 3, 5. Okay, so 7, 8, 2, 3, and then 4, 6, 4. 3, 5, 6, 4. So how do I get the 6 and the 4 over there while still attaching to something? Oh. That's not gonna work. Maybe it will. Okay, I'm just gonna reset this kid. This one's getting really annoying really fast. Ah, crap. Because you have to move everything around in groups of 2. Can't let them get all separated like this, like I've done. Set it up. Okay. See, this is the thing. Now I'm stuck with odd pairings. Like, best I could do is some stuff back there. Now I'm stuck with singular ones in different places, which is not gonna work well.
There we are.
Yeah,
it is
I decided to
simplicity
skip
itself.
this one. I don't want to take way too long. It's more so frustrating than it is.
A hammer covered in blood. This key must be important.
Holmes, there is someone in that hut.
I saw, Watson. Come, and keep your revolver at the ready, just in case.
These candlesticks are undoubtedly stolen.
Yeah, when puzzles take that long, I'm just going to skip them, because I don't want to take forever getting through this game.
Open up. We're not the police. Do not be alarmed.
That's a strange way of reassuring someone. Holmes, they are children. My God, one of them is hurt.
What you want? Don't come any closer. Are you the police?
Don't be afraid. I am a doctor. I'm going to look at your friend's wound.
Wait, Watson. I've got some questions to ask these children.
This is urgent, Holmes. In this filthy place, the risk of infection is very high, and the wound could get worse with every second lost.
The immediate danger for these children is not so much the wound as Mr. Fletcher.
Who?
Look at the wound, Watson. It's thin and precise. It was made by a sharp, well-kept blade. Any other blade, less well-kept, would have torn the tissue around it, and its size would be irregular.
So what does that imply?
In this area, who would take such great care with a blade? A butcher, of course. And the only butcher in the area is Samuel Fletcher, who at this moment is replacing a window that has been forced open. He's a man to hold grudges, as anyone around here will tell you.
The children are in danger.
A man as skillful with a knife as a butcher, and with a bad reputation to match, could easily strike a fatal blow by cutting the child's jugular. If he hasn't done it, it's surely because these little thieves broke into his shop at night to steal a piece of meat. The poor lighting in this area saved them. I can assure you that Mr. Fletcher has spent the day trying to trace these children, and if he finds them, wounds will be the least of their problems.
That's true. What do you want? Don't let the butcher find us.
Dr. Watson will see to your wound, but the treatment won't be free. I don't need to remind you that life is hard, you know that already. Give me the address of a certain Kurtz, and the doctor will dress your wound. No address, no treatment.
I can't tell you, mister. Kurtz is a dangerous madman.
Holmes, you go too far. You have frightened the poor child.
I could give Mr. Fletcher a compensation for the damage to his property, and he would certainly give up trying to find you then. But for that, you'll have to cooperate.
Or else?
Or else he'll likely find a less agreeable way of repairing the damage.
Wait, mister. I know everyone here. I'll help you. Only protect us from the butcher.
I am looking for Kurtz. Tell me where I can find him, and I'll smooth things over with Mr. Fletcher.
Everyone here knows Kurtz. He's the worst person in the area. We call him the Colonel because he fought against the Zulus in Africa. He got chucked out the army because he's completely crackers. He lives at number 8 Batty Street.
Good. Watson, see to the wound. Then we will settle the problem between these young men and Mr. Fletcher.
We must protect these children from that butcher, Holmes.
It won't be necessary. I've had dealings with Samuel Fletcher before now. He's not the monster I've made him out to be. If he had wanted to kill them, he would have done so, even in dim light. By wounding the little thief, he wanted to warn him never to set foot in his shop again. Forget Mr. Fletcher, Watson.
You You mean you lied to frighten those poor children?
Exactly. Clever, wasn't it?
Alright, I think I'm gonna have to go ahead and save and end here for the evening because I'm getting pretty hungry and it's like 8:15 in the evening, so I need to go to bed pretty soon for work in the morning, so yeah. Ugh. This game's been pretty good for having been made long ago. A little bit clunky so far, but I'm enjoying it. I don't know how long it is though. We'll see. Hopefully next Friday I will be able to resume playing. But that's going to be all for this evening. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Have a good one.